All right, good morning, folks. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the 2024 San Antonio Livestock Exposition and the Market Lamb and Market Goat shows. Really, my pleasure to introduce a fine group of young people to you this morning that are going to be assisting with our opening ceremonies. Presenting the American flag, representing Hood County 4-H, Ms. Kelly Sanders. Presenting the Texas flag, representing Kaufman County 4-H, Katie Jewett. Presenting our 4-H flag, representing Bell County 4-H, Kaylee Eaton. Presenting the FFA flag, representing Fredericksburg FFA, Riley Rader. At this time, I'd like to introduce Ms. Anthony Martinez from Caldwell County 4-H. She'll be giving our 4-H motto and pledge.
In support of the 4-H Club motto, to make the best better, I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living. For my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you. And now giving our FFA motto, representing Florence FFA, Brinley Cody.
Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Folks, at this time, we're about to give our invocation. We ask that if you're able, you stand and uncover. Giving our invocation this morning, representing Burnett County 4-H, is Ms. Claire Pogue.
Please pray with me. Dear Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you for allowing us to join together in the spirit of camaraderie. Thank you for our friends, teachers, and families and the life lessons you teach us through livestock showing. We pray that we would glorify you with our efforts and conduct and yield to your sovereignty for the outcome. In Jesus' name, amen.
This time, I'd like to introduce Jake and McKenna Cowley, representing Randall County 4-H. They'll be singing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet waves o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Folks, put your hands together again for all these kids. I really appreciate their help. Let's rodeo, San Antonio. New Deal FFA, your lightweight Southdown entry needs to be in the holding area right now. Last call. New Deal FFA. If you have a lightweight Southdown, you need to be in the holding area now. Right, folks, our lightweight Southdowns are coming in the ring. 46 entries in class that range in weight from 100 to 116 pounds. Eight lambs from this class will make the sale. Folks, let's give these kiddos a hand as they exit. We really appreciate all their work. Folks, I'd like to take the time this morning to introduce your judge. Dr. Scott Shockey is from Westmoreland, Kansas. He is a retired professor from Kansas State University. Dr. Shockey is very proud of his family, has his wife with him here today. He's got 2 kiddos that are grown and married. In terms of education, he received his Bachelor of Science from Kansas State University, his master's degree from Clemson University, and his PhD from the University of Kentucky. He really enjoys working with livestock and loves going around the world judging livestock shows. He's sorted animals in approximately 40 different states, including Mexico, South America, and Canada in terms of national judging trips. He also coached the Kansas state judging team for 22 years and won 5 consecutive national titles. The things he likes most about livestock shows and/or agriculture is meeting people, working with kids, and connecting with old and new friends. We appreciate him being here and giving his time to our kiddos. Y'all put your hands together and thank Dr. Scott Shockey. Give these kiddos a hand for making it so far in a very tough class.
I'm going to go get their places.
Well, good morning, and this does get your blood pumping pretty early in the morning, and I think this class is it's tough. It's a tough class to put together because I think of the three sheep that I wind up with here on the top end. Of the five that we're going to discuss, these three to me have just a little more length ability, length of body, a little more what I would call the look of cutability when you get off the side, and you certainly get your hands on them and compare them to the sheep that we end up here in fourth and fifth. Of the three up on top, again, there's just a lot of different reasons we could start with any of those three, and I'll be I'll be quite honest with you. I don't think this sheep that wins the class of the three is overwhelming in muscle. I've done a couple of them down here, and you probably realize that maybe muscle is not always at the top of my priority list when I get into a Market Lamb show. They need to have the right kind of shape, and I think he has that. He's got some trimness as we handle him down his top and over his forerib, but quite honestly, for me, it's really his design. It's his image, and I think it's important for me in this first class is to try to tie into one that kind of has that look of what I like. His neck sets into his blade really good. I like the way he handles his spine, both as he stands and we get him out here on the go. Got a nice hip structure. His hind leg sets down maybe just a little square up off his front end than the two sheep that we have following. Like I said, he's not overwhelming when you get your hands on him. I think his trimness is good. What he needs is just a fresher top shape. He's not as good in the edge of his loin. His little rack doesn't stand up in him quite as nice as a sheep or two that we have here in the class. And so if you don't think he has enough muscle, I'm with you. But for me, he has some cutability, and it's the image that I like in this sheep as we get him out here off the side profile. Young lady, your wether that comes in second, again, he is a beauty to handle in terms of his firmness, his trimness, his length of body, length of hind saddle is really good. Again, I don't know that I would say he's really creased up and real aggressive in his muscle shape when you get your hands on him, but his trimness, his length is exceptional. I love his neck shape. His sternum sets up in him a little nicer than the sheep we have up here in third. He doesn't have me near as stout when we get to the surface. He's a little finer bone, and his footwork isn't as big. Again, he's not blessed with maybe the boot wool that we have in this class, but I think even underneath all that, he's just a little finer featured. And I like to square him up just a bit off both ends as he goes. He wants to kind of throw his little front feet out, maybe doesn't send quite as good in his hock into the surface as we get in behind him. But I tell you, you close your eyes, you put your hands on him, that sheep's got a beautiful touch to him. He's got a nice hide, and then you put the trimness with it, it really gives you a good handle. The big back, really fresh top sheep ends up here in third. He's a beauty when in terms of muscle shape. Again, his loin edge is the best of the three up on the top end. And he's a little out of balance for me. I guess as I get off the side, and probably more so as we put him on the lead out here, he becomes just a little deeper in his chest, again, a little steeper up in his shoulder. As we go back into his flank, he kind of wedges the wrong direction, and then we get on top of that, and he's just a little tighter up in his spine. Just doesn't look to me quite as athletic out here as we get him on the go. Now, again, if you're all about muscle, big back, square-ended sheep, that's the best one of the three up here on the top end, and I'm with you on that. So I think we have three very nice options to work with. Again, quite honestly, I still think it's important for me to have one that really kind of fits the image from the side in terms of some balance and eye appeal, and that's what we're able to do. We have in fourth and fifth two very, very powerful sheep. In fact, of the five, these are the ones that are just gauged a little wider. They simply have a little more muscle shape to them. They're, again, just a little bit more conventional in terms of their pattern. They have a little more middle to them. They're a little softer when we get our hands on them in terms of conditioning. So again, in terms of cutability, maybe not quite as good as what we work with here on the top end. But nice class, a good way to get us started here in Class 1. Let's give them all a great hand. I appreciate the effort these young people have given us here in this first group.
Class 2, South Downs, entering the arena at this time. 49 entries in class that range in weight from 117 to 126 pounds. Your results from Class 1 South Downs, your previous class, placing 8th from Live Oak County 4-H, Megan Retzelhoff. And 7th from Smithson Valley FFA, Corey Lynn Calagagion. And 6th from Robertson County 4-H, Gemma Chanley. And 5th from Live Oak County 4-H, Cameron Guerrero. And 4th from Vista Ridge FFA, Abby Knotgrass. 3rd, representing Kendall County 4-H, Emerson Bowles. And 2nd, from Llano County 4-H, Emma Osborne. And your class winner was exhibited by Seth Ashley, representing Medina FFA. Folks, the Texas Lamb Breeders Association is pleased to be part of the Market Lamb Show here in San Antonio. They'd like to thank the staff of the show and the many volunteers for making the Market Lamb Show possible. The membership of the Texas Lamb Breeders Association is committed to supporting the youth of Texas involved in sheep projects. Exhibitors who purchase lambs from their members will receive special premiums during the show today, and breeders will receive recognition. This year, the TLBA will be awarding $50 cash premiums to the top 3 lambs in each class that have a TLBA ear tag and have been properly validated. Other lambs in the top 10 of the class will be recognized for the breeder that raised the lamb. This money, which amounts to more than a total of over $5,000 in special premiums, will be awarded in all classes of the 5 breeds of the Market Lamb Show. If you'd like more info on the Texas Lamb Breeders Association and its support of the youth at all of the Texas major shows, please go to the TLBA website, which is www.texaslambreeders.com. There you can find a list of all current TLBA members, and you'll be able to see in greater detail how the association supports the youth of Texas. Your TLBA results from the previous class. In 8th, Megan Retzelhoff. Breeder is Flanagan and Stoltz and Ballinger. In 7th, Corey Calcagno. Breeder is Elroy Jonas and New Braunfels. In 6th, Gemma Chanley. Breeder is Fritz South Downs and Fredericksburg. In 5th, Cameron Guerrero. Breeder is Fritz South Downs in Fredericksburg. In 3rd, Emerson Bowles. Breeder is Jennings Show Lambs in Fredonia. In 2nd, Emma Osborne. Breeder is West South Downs of Bryan. And your class winner, Seth Ashley. Breeder was Ashley Club Lambs in Medina. Congratulations. Big thank you to these kids for all their work. Y'all give them a hand as they exit, please. These kids have made it very far in a very challenging class. Please give them a hand as they exit.
Well, again, I apologize, and I guess I'm not going to apologize. We will take our time, and there'll be sometimes it might seem like chaos out here to some of you, but maybe it's a little bit my style. But I told our help here this morning, you all work all year to get to this point, and it's only fair to these exhibitors and the families and everybody that's involved in the project, no matter what species, that we take our time and kind of get the ones that we like. This class, and obviously as we brought them in, I didn't make any quick pulls because I thought there was a lot of good sheep that just kept coming in, and we did. I think we ended up with about 16 that we pulled, and yet maybe just not that one that sets you on your cam when he walks in the class. I think, again, the quality and the depth of this class is really good. It's just the variety of the kind that we work through to get to that point. And again, there's something out here for everybody. In fact, our top 5, I don't know that there's one that really looks like the other out here. I appreciate what each of these 5 have out here to offer, and yet each of them probably we could pick a hole in and say, well, he's not perfect because of this. Young man, again, you win the class, not because you're the power sheep in the class, but I love your design, I love your length, the pattern this sheep has, especially stopped and propped up. I think he gives you a really nice image. I think he has enough muscle for me, but again, there's probably going to be bigger, heavier sheep that are going to swallow him up from the standpoint of his shape and his aggressiveness of his muscle. But good sheep, again, just really doesn't come here with any just big major holes, especially as I probably have the pattern and design a little higher on our priority list than maybe what some would. So I think that's kind of where he excels. This young lady that has the weather here in second, again, I didn't necessarily get him pulled just real quick, and I think as we study him, and more importantly as we get our hands on him, I tend to appreciate this sheep even more. He's got a nice hide. He complements that with a nice fresh shape down his top. He's pretty lean as we work over his spine. And I think, too, he's got some balance to him. He's not as length and as long-bodied as the sheep that we have winning this class, but I think everything kind of proportionally fits together. The shape of his neck, the way it sets in his blade, he's kind of got his little sternum stuck up in him the way it needs to be. Again, he's got some bone work underneath him that maybe we don't find in our sheep that wins the class, so we start to kind of add all the positives up, and this sheep becomes just a pretty fault-free kind of rascal. I like the one that we have here in third as we put him on the lead. You know, he kind of stays a little more collected in his running gear, and especially in his spine, I thought, than maybe more so than our class winner. Not quite as special when we get our hands on him. He's kind of got one of those little thicker hide to him, a little softer touch as I compare him to the sheep or two that we have up ahead of him. Again, a little kind of a bump there in the middle of his spine once we get him stopped and propped up, so it kind of throws him a bit out of kilter. But his length of body, again, his athleticism out here as we put him on the go, I think is really quite nice. And it's especially his length, the extra elevation. He's a little taller shouldered than the weather we have here in fourth. Again, this one in fourth, I'm not sure where a person really needs to fit him. I think he sure needs to make the sale, because where he's good, he's really good. He's a big hip sheep. He's wide pin. You know, in terms of just his general width of skeleton, he's as good as any we work here in the class. He puts it in a little smaller package, just a little smaller in kind. And quite honestly, the sheep is just, as he's been out here longer and longer, he's just starting to kind of fall apart on us. He doesn't hold together quite as well. But for me, he just needs to be a little bit bigger in his kind. We run him uphill a little bit more up out of his front end, just a little bit more frame if we could. I told the young lady here that we wind up in putting her in fifth, and again, I think from his hook bone forward, that's a nice sheep. He kind of resembles a lot of what we have up here in the top trio in terms of being long-necked and tall-fronted. His rib cage is good. He's got some top in him when you get your hands on him. I think for me where he gets into a little bit of a struggle is the hip design. He's a little shorter hip. He gets just a little tighter hinged off his hind leg, I thought, because of that. Maybe just a little steeper off his hind leg as he travels, but again, he has some pieces, and maybe because of his extra framework and elevation, we can move him up a notch here in the fourth hole. But again, I thought, like I said, in our sheep that's in fourth, where he's good, he's exceptionally good here in this class. So again, congratulations to all of you. It's a nice class, a deep class, and again, just very, very complete up here on the top end.
Your Class 3 Southdowns coming in the ring now. 45 entries in class. They range in weight from 127 to 137 pounds. Folks will notice Mr. Jackson Zimmerman's leading the kiddos around. He's doing a lot better job this year on his color coordination. We believe he is colorblind a little bit. We got someone to help him out. He looks sharper this year. We appreciate his effort. Your results from the previous class. Placing 8th, Avery Walker from Uvalde County 4-H. Placing 7th, Trey Harbor from Jonesboro FFA. In 6th, Coulter Fair representing Brazos County 4-H. In 5th, Ingrid Magadance representing Llano County 4-H. In 4th, Porter Parsons representing Weatherford FFA. In 3rd, Gage Behrens from McCullough County 4-H. In 2nd, Mallory Box representing Samuel Clemens FFA. And your class winner was Parker Cook from Runnels County 4-H. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from that same class. In 8th, Avery Walker, breeder is Harbor Livestock in Gatesville. Continuing with your TLBA results from that previous class, placing 7th, Coulter Fair, breeder is Fritz Southdowns in Fredericksburg. In 6th, Trey Harbor, breeder is Harbor Livestock in Gatesville. In 5th, Ingrid Magadance, breeder is West Southdowns in Bryan. 4th, Porter Parson, breeder is Flanagan and Stoltz Southdown in Ballinger. 3rd, Gage Behrens, breeder is Behrens Southdown in Brady. 2nd, Mallory Box, the breeder is Flanagan and Stoltz Southdowns in Ballinger. And 1st, Parker Cook, breeder is Will Byler in Ballinger. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Thank you, Lamb exhibitors.
What a great class. And again, they just, as they were coming in, they were just keep coming, and a lot of really, really nice sheep. And we sent a lot of good sheep back to the pens already. And, again, this one is a little different than the first two class winners. But I think what I appreciate about him, and again, he's jigged up a little bit more in terms of his shape. He is really creased up. That hip and his stifle and his twist is one like we've not seen out here. And yet, if we could kind of set them front feet in a little bit differently, I would still say this one is as athletic on the move, and especially his hip and hind leg, as any sheep we've seen in these first three classes. So again, I appreciate to have this kind of skeletal width, power, muscle shape, and yet still be flexible. And what I especially like about this sheep, the way he sets his tail out there, his pin bones, his hind leg design. To me, he looks like a great running back. He's athletic, he's stout. Again, not quite as tall-fronted, not quite as elevated as some that we've used in the first couple of classes, but I think he's pretty tough to get around here in this class. He's just one of those that's just a little bit more in terms of on the edge of muscle and extreme, yet handles it quite nicely in terms of his skeleton, in my opinion. Other than his front feet, like I said, he don't sit down quite as square and true as the ideal, but I think that's a pretty common theme here that we've seen so far in the first three classes. Again, I can sit here and many times, and I had these young people get out of their sheep, and it can be a little more convincing to say, well, we can swap them, because the sheep in second, in terms of his neck and the shape of his neck, the way he sends it out of the top of his blade, he's a little more set up in his sternum and his chest than the sheep that wins the class. From that angle, yeah, I think I could swap him. But then as you work back, and especially the way he fails to hook his loin as smoothly and correctly into his hip, and quite honestly, you get in behind him, and that class winner just eats him alive in the center part of his leg and down in his stifle and twist region and base width underneath. So it's just kind of one of those deals where I don't think the sheep that wins the class is ugly. I just like to freshen his neck up and his blade up just a little bit more if we could. But two very, very nice sheep. I don't want to think it, again, is an easy winner, or we can't be real critical. Young man does a nice job in this weather here in third. Again, to me, he's a little more youthful in his old noggin. His neck shape, his sternum, his chest, and the way it sets up in between his blades, I like. He's a little taller fronted. His spine's really nice, and we get him stopped, he stays really level. Of these first three, I think it's a little easier to see that he's probably a nickel finer bone. He's just gauged a little narrower, I think, in his skeleton than the sheep that we have winning the class. And again, he's maybe not a whole lot different in terms of muscle than the weather here in second, but his body style doesn't resemble the class winner like our second place sheep does. So he kind of ends up in one of those categories, and you hear it 1,000 times. You can be first for these reasons, or you can be third. In this case here, I thought the first two weathers maybe kind of fit each other a little bit more nicely in terms of just type and kind, and so we end up sliding him into the third hole. Again, the weather in fourth, not overwhelming in muscle, especially working his hip, but he's got a nice fresh rack shape, cutability in this sheep. I do like the way this one runs uphill. This young man does a great job in getting him propped up and put together. I told him, again, where I really want to fix this one is really from his hook bone back, the design of his hip, his tail set, his pins. It gets just a little more tangled up off his hind leg, kind of like the sheep that winds up here in fifth. On the go, they're maybe not quite as impressive to me in the way they handle their skeleton, especially the last third of their skeleton, like the three we have up on top. A young lady is a workaholic there that stands in fifth. Again, works his sheep really hard. He has a really nice big back, fresh to the touch, got a good rib cage in. There's a lot of things about him that I like. I told her again, really from his hip bone forward, that's a really good kind of sheep. But of the five, he's probably the one that from their back maybe doesn't suit me quite as well. He does have some issues, I think, and just has his pin set down a little low, and again, doesn't handle his hock to the construction of his hind leg when we put him on the go, or even as he's driving out here, he gets just a little more tangled up in his hock and the way he sends it back down to the ground. But again, nice class. This is kind of what we've been waiting for. It's a good set of sheep to work through, and the other three that end up here, just good kind of sheep. They would have been stellars in the last two classes we looked at. Give them all a nice hand. Congratulations, and a very nice set of white faces here to work through.
Your heavyweight Southdowns are in the ring at this time. 44 entries in class. They range in weight from 138 to 166. Your results from the previous class, Class 3. Placing 8th, Hannah Dean from Brownwood FFA. In 7th, Chloe Clem, representing New Home FFA. In 6th, Kinsley Cody from Florence FFA. In 5th, Hadley Hoinsey, representing Tom Green County 4-H. In 4th, Brett Bowers from Fredericksburg FFA. 3rd, Brody Rader, representing Gillespie County 4-H. 2nd, Ketlin Hart from Hale County 4-H. And your class winner was Quinn Dixon, representing Sterling County 4-H. Congratulations. Your TOBA results from the same class. In 8th, Hannah Dean, breeder is Jennings Showlambs of Fredonia. In 7th, Chloe Clem, breeder is Fritz Southdowns in Fredericksburg. 6th, Kinsley Cody, breeder is Flanagan and Stoltz in Ballinger. In 5th, Hadley Hoinsey, breeder is Ashley Club Lambs in Medina. In 4th, Brett Bowers, breeder is Jennings Showlambs in Fredonia. In 3rd, Brody Rader, breeder is Fritz Southdowns in Fredericksburg. 2nd, Kellen Hart, breeder is Ashley Club Lambs in Medina. And 1st, Quinn Dixon, breeder is Jennings Showlambs in Fredonia. Congratulations. Folks, let's thank these kids for all their work and effort as they exit, please. All right, folks, these kids made it really far in a challenging class.
Again, what a nice class, and probably from the get-go, there's not much doubt in my mind where I wanted to start. It was really the race for second, in my opinion. And again, I know that especially in this ring, when there are hundreds of good sheep that show up at every major down here, there's not one that everybody's going to walk away and say, yep, that's my kind. But this is my kind here. You know, again, his elevation, his length, his design, we get him out here just really, really good. Got a great touch, too. Again, he's not, of the three sheep, again, I'm just going to be honest with you, that sheep in third, he's creased up a lot better in his back shape. He's got more, you start at the floor of his chest, you get back in his twist, there's more to that sheep. But I think sheep in 1 and 2 here have enough muscle, and again, I just love them from the design standpoint, especially this one here. He's so long-bodied, he handles accordingly. I love the way his hip comes out to his pins and his tail set, his length of hip, the design of his hind leg. Again, just an excellent kind of a weather out here that I think has enough muscle. He's got a good height, a good touch to him in terms of cutability. But he's the kind that I like to go at the backdrop and stick my chest out and say, ooh, he's pretty good to look at. So congratulations to her. That's a nice sheep. And I thought as we got him out here, and again, I know We work hard at home to get these kids to get them propped up and shown, but I also like to see them kind of loose. And I think as we step out of these two sheep here that really race for second, I just felt like the young lady's wether that ends up in the second slot here is just more like our class winner, just from a design standpoint. Again, his sternum is a little more right in the way it sits up in his blade. I like the way his neck is shaped. The top of his blades are really nice. Length of body. Again, his hip structure is a little more like what we're able to tie him to up here on the top end in terms of levelness. Got a nice underline. He's got a really good trim look to him. You know, he's one of those that I guess I thought he might handle a little more expressive than what thought originally. I guess when he walked in, I thought this guy looks like he ought to be shaped up pretty nice because he gives you a real trim look from the side. He probably is a little more disappointing in that area, though. We get on him, and he's maybe not quite as firm to the touch as the Weathers we have standing on either side of him. So, again, I kept him second because I felt he's just so much more like this one that kind of sets the bar here in the class, and I felt like he kind of was the one we had to tie into. Again, this young man that ends up here in third, I should have pulled you sooner. I didn't mean to make him work as hard as we did, but your sheep handle is really good. And even when he walked in, I could see that. Got a nice, big, fresh back in him. He's a lot more aggressive in the way that his rack sets up and the turn to his muscle as you work back into his hip. You know, for me, he's just it's one of those deals, if we could set his sternum in a little differently, but maybe the biggest thing for me is just design his hind leg, his pin set just a little bit differently. You know, he has a tendency to maybe kind of roll out a little bit more in his hocks, and his pins aren't set up quite as square and level as the two ahead of him. But again, you know, for some of you, you'd say because of his muscle, maybe he needs to win, but I'm kind of more of a design freak. But great showman, great sheep here that ends up in third. So this good-looking dude comes in the ring, and again, I knew he didn't have enough muscle, but that is one good-looking rascal. He is level, he's athletic, he's trim-looking, and sister, if he had some of the stuff that these had up here, that guy's a real player out here, because there's not many out here other than the class winner that can really resemble, in my opinion, the kind that I like from the side in terms of design and elevation and length and athleticism. He's a proud rascal when you get him out here, but you know, in this heavyweight class, in this top five, he's a distant fifth in muscle, and so again, he just needs a bit more punch. The next one has the muscle, but again, kind of put together a little bit more by a committee. You know, he doesn't hook up as nicely in his neck and his shoulder. Again, just a little rounder in the way that he's shaped. He doesn't balance out near as good when we put him on the walk out here, but you know, like the Weather in third, and maybe even taking it to a notch level higher in terms of muscle shape, that guy is probably as good as any that we work with here in the class. So again, a great set of heavyweights. I've always found as you judge these things down here, if you just kind of be patient, that one's going to walk in. I think there's a very nice Weather up here that wins this class. Let's give her a nice hand, a great set of heavies.
All right, folks, your results from the previous class. Placing 8th, Hunter Rachetsky, representing Dawson County 4-H. And 7th, Kennock Sufal, representing Freestone County 4-H. And 6th, Hayden Ice, representing Ira Ann FFA. And 5th, Gage Lakowski, representing Bridgeland FFA. And 4th, Bailey Dunlap from Runnels County 4-H. And 3rd, Heath Lewis from Peaster FFA. And 2nd, Ellis Irwin, representing Cooper Lubbock FFA. And your class winner was Madison Mutina, representing Riesel FFA. Your TLBA results from that same class: in 7th, Kenna Sufal, breeder is Ashley Club Lambs in Medina. In 5th, Gage Lakowski, breeder is Jennings Show Lambs in Fredonia. And in 2nd, Ellis Irwin, breeder is Jennings Show Lambs in Fredonia. Congratulations. I'd like to introduce your class winners to you. First place from Class 1 is Seth Ashley from Medina FFA. His parents are Robert and Nita Ashley. He enjoys hunting, showing lambs, and he wants to attend Texas Tech University. Y'all give him a hand. Your Class 2 winner is Parker Cook. Parker is a member of the Runnels County 4-H. His parents are Cody and Paige Cook. He enjoys playing baseball and showing sheep. He plans to go to Texas A&M. Your Class 3 winner is Quinn Dixon. She represents Sterling City 4-H. Her parents are Will and Brooke Dixon. She enjoys gymnastics, showing sheep, and all kinds of sports. She wants to go to Texas A&M and major in ag communications. Your fourth class winner is Madison Mutina. She represents Riesel FFA. Her parents are Rachel and Shane Mutina. She enjoys showing, judging livestock, and plans to go to Texas Tech University. She's a senior this year. Placing second in Class 1 is Emma Osborne. She's from Llano County 4-H. Her parents are Jamie and Kay Osborne. She enjoys sports, showing lambs, and judging livestock. She wants to attend Texas A&M. Your second in Class 2 is shown by Mallory Box. She represents Samuel Clemens FFA. Her parents are Chris and Kelly Box. She enjoys showing sheep. She wants to go to Texas A&M. Second in Class 3 is Kellen Hart. She represents Hale County 4-H. Her parents are Andy and Ollie Hart. She enjoys volleyball the most and plans to go to Texas Tech University. Second in Class 4 is Ellis Irwin. She represents Cooper Lubbock FFA. Her parents are Clay and Mary Irwin. She enjoys basketball, showing sheep, and playing volleyball. She wants to go to Texas A&M. 8 good kids out here. We saw a lot of kiddos show really nice sheep that got sent out the gate. Great show. Let's give them all a hand. Thank them for their work.
Well, let's real quick put your hands together. We get to pick an outstanding pair of champions for the first breed of the morning. And again, the first couple of classes, I was telling my help out here, I had probably a couple things. It's early, and classes were tough. There really wasn't just, you know, in those first 2 classes, that one that walked in there and just grabbed you by the head and said, hey, look at me, you know, I've got to win this class. And so I had to work pretty hard to get through them and try to get some kind of a pattern established of what we want to do throughout the next 2 days. And we're able to do that. I think these first 2 class winners, as we get them out here, you know, there's some assembly of what the design and pattern looks like. And the next 2 there in classes 3 and 4, they just put it in a little smaller package, if you will. And especially that class 1 winner. I think this young man's a very good showman. He gets that guy propped up and put together. He looks really nice, and he's got, for his weight, I think, a nice shape. He's fresh when we get our hands on him. And like we said, he beat the weather in second because he's just stouter. He's stouter in his bone work, his rib cage. I like the way he was designed as we send him out to his pins and his hip. The young man that won our second class, he probably in this set of class winners has become maybe the one sheep that's just a nickel on the frailer side, maybe not as muscular. But again, I said we start that class with him because I think his image, his design is what I like, and again, he fits some other two behind him because of his length, his smoothness. He's one that's, I think, pretty athletic when we get him on the move. And then again, the young man does a really nice job in getting him presented out here. Young lady that won Class 3, he still remains as the sheep out here that's just a little bit different than the others. He is an incredible sheep, like we said in class, when you get your hands on him. He's got a big, squared up rack, a nice cutability touch to him. Again, real extreme in his leg and his twist. He's got some bone work. Everything kind of fits together with that stout image that he gives you. He's also stout in his rib cage and down underneath when you get underneath him. So again, he's one that I said in that class, he's not as elevated. He's not as sexy about his neck, and his shoulder don't lay in him quite as nicely as the weather that wound up second to him. But he's such a beast as you work from there on back that it was pretty tough to not tie into him in class. And again, if you remember back, we commented on him, and I still think it's very true. You get one that has that kind of power and yet stays as flexible in his skeleton, his hind leg. It's pretty tough to do. And then we have our sheep that won the last class, and again, he's a bigger model, but yet not out of bounds in terms of weight. I love his length of body. I love his smoothness. I really like this sheep as we go back from his last trip back. He's got a nice big loin. It sets right into his hip for being a big, heavier sheep like that. The design of his hip and hind leg, I think, is exceptionally good. He's nice in his underline. Again, not extreme in his rack as maybe the sheep that come out of Class 3, but I eat a lot of beef. I don't eat much lamb. So if you think I'm all about muscle, you're in the wrong barn here today. But again, it's just been a pleasure to get started off here in a great breed right off the bat. So one more time, let's give them a nice hand. I want to take one more quick look, and then we'll pick you a pair of really nice champions.
Your champion Southdown Market Lamb is exhibited by Madison Mutina, and your reserve champion Southdown Market Lamb is shown by Quinn Dixon. Congratulations. Lightweight fine wools are entering the arena at this time. There are 29 entries in class that range in weight from 100 to 124 pounds. We'll be placing 6 head in the fine wool classes. After our fine wool breed drive, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break. Again, at the conclusion of the fine wool breed drive, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break. Lightweight fine wools are currently in the arena. Class number 8 fine wools, which will be your second class of fine wools, need to be making your way to the holding area. Give these kiddos a hand as they exit.
Give these lamb exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring.
I'll be honest, again, yeah, 6. Oh, taco 6, okay. From Kansas, we don't have a lot of these creatures, and I did Houston a few years ago. This is what we started out on, and yes, I was nervous. There's no doubt about it. So today, at least you warm me up on the downers, but I thought when this one walked in, unless my colleagues over here, these 3 guys we call classifiers, kick them out, we were going to have a discussion. That's the only hurdle this sheep had to clear, and I'm glad you left him in. I'm not classifying. You're not paying me enough to do that. That's a good sheep. Again, if you kind of followed along in the last show, I'm an image guy. This guy sets the bar with what we want to do here in the fine wools. Just a beautiful design to him. He's hooked up so good out of his blade into his spine, his tail set. He's good in his running gear. Again, we're not going to get on the mic and say, boy, this one's really ripped up and he's a big, aggressive, muscled sheep. He has enough muscle. He's got a great rib cage. He's got some real natural width of his chest. And we go to the surface, he's got some natural width underneath. So again, I feel like he's got enough real muscle to him. But where he really excels is he's just so stunning from the side. I think it's tough to not kind of like that sheep. If you're an image guy like me. So congratulations to her. She gets the bar set really high here in our first class of fine wools. Then again, we can make a real case for either sheep here in second. I think try to stick with type as much as we can in terms of length of neck and elevation up front. This lamb that we have here in second, he does that. Now, probably within this set, and I told her when we pulled him, he's pretty skinny, he's pretty green, and he's just pretty narrow. You know, his whole general design from his chest, his rib cage, everything about him is a little too flat for me. And again, he's trim. You know, I think where he's good, he's really, really good. His look, his shoulder, he's more athletic, and he is so much better off his hind leg when you get in behind him than the weather we have here in third. And so again, I'm not going to apologize for using one that might be just a little borderline on muscle for a lot of you, because I think, again, he fits the kind of design, the kind of athlete that I like to pick here in this kind of a quality class, and try to establish something like we did up here on the top end. I thought he was the next best option here in the group. Now, if you want more punch and muscle, then obviously that weather that stands third, he's got it. You know, from his floor of his chest back into his pins, he's just naturally gauged a lot wider. He's got a big old top in him. Again, some things to me, he's a little piecey, especially as we put him on the go. He has a tendency to roll out pretty bad off his hind legs. He just doesn't handle that last third of his body near as good as we have here in the two sheep that we have beating him in class. But he's one of the really stout, big, wide, constructed ones we have here in the group. I told this young man here in the pink shirt, and again, you all are blessed with a lot of really good showmen down here in this state. This guy is a keen showman. He does an excellent job in putting this old weather together. Again, him and the sheep that we have here in fifth, they're a lot of the same kind. They're bigger, longer, high cutability wethers that have some trimness to them and length of body's really good. They both have kind of a similar concern to me in the way they're designed, from really their hip bone back and their pin set in their hind leg. They're just a little awkward in the way they look on the move out here. Basically, the sheep that winds up here in fourth, his upper skeleton, his upper rib cage, his general shape up high is just better than what we have here in fifth. But I think for me, they're a lot alike from the side in the way that they're constructed and designed. And then we end up with one, and I told this young lady again that ends up here in sixth, that a lot like we talked about here in third, he's a real powerful sheep. He's big top, thick-ended. For me, again, just a little bit more put together by a committee, especially when you get him, put him on the go. He doesn't set as nicely in the top side of his blade and down to the point of his shoulder. I didn't think he held together as good as we had maybe in some of the weathers up here on the top end. But that's a nice class, and again, I think one that pretty easy for me to identify up here on the top end. Congratulations. Good job.
Your results from the previous class: placing 6th, Avery Cordes, representing Leon County 4-H. In 5th, Anthony Eilers, representing Gillespie County 4-H. 3rd, Livy Krippendorf from Comal County 4-H. 2nd, Kaylee Eaton from Bell County 4-H. And your class winner was Sydney Jones, representing Fredericksburg FFA. Looks like I skipped 4th placing, and 4th was Garrison Jarzombek, representing Goliad FFA. Apologize for the mistake. Your TLBA results from the same class. In 6th, Avery Cordes, breeder is Banowski Club Lambs in Menard. In 5th, Anthony Eilers, breeder is Horwood Show Lambs in Sterling City. In 4th, Garrison Jarzombek, breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas in Cristobal. 3rd, Livy Krippendorf, breeder is Struby Livestock in Wall. 2nd is Kaylee Eaton, breeder is Hoover Livestock in Andrews. And 1st is Sydney Jones, breeder is Jacoby Brothers Club Lambs in Melvin. Congratulations. Let's give these kids a hand as they exit. We thank them for their work. Folks, let's give these kiddos a hand as they exit. They made it really far in a challenging class.
Again, I think this class is a bit of a challenge to put together. We have, I think, 6 very nice sheep, each of them just a little different. And again, each of them we might tweak in just an area or two to say they're the easy winner. But, you know, again, I think this one has enough design to him. But where he really excels is he's just stout. You know, his chest, his bone work, his foot underneath, his rib cage, and everything up above that is really quite impressive. And I like the way this thing, he's a bit of an onion head to get shown. This young lady has to work pretty hard to get him stopped and propped up. But when he gets out on the go here, the way he handles his hip and his stoutness of hind leg, the way he sends it down here to the ground, I think he's the best sheep. And again, if I was going to change him anywhere, I'd probably be a little bit more out of his front end, maybe set him a little differently in his knee and down to the ground on his front feet if we could. And he's maybe not quite as fresh-headed and necked as a couple others we have here in the class, but overwhelming. I think overwhelming when it comes to the amount of muscle that he has, combined with some design and balance from the side. Yeah, sheep that we have here in second, again, a good sheep. You know, you get to picking holes in one and it gets a little more challenging. He's not as stout as a couple in here. He's maybe not quite as cool as one in here, but I think, again, he's a lot like the sheep that we have winning the class, just no big holes. And I like livestock like that. I probably one that shies away a little bit from the extremes, because I think extremes the last several years have gotten us into trouble. I like them that just have a lot of good things, and I think he does. Again, he probably, in terms of his construction, his build, his makeup, he's not as stout and powerful as the one that's going to win the class. But on the other end, he's probably a little nicer in his chest and his sternum and his neck than is the sheep that wins this class. Without a doubt, the one that has the most muscle stands here in third. And the problem I have with him is he just doesn't tie it all into a skeleton near as smooth and nicely from the side as the two we have winning the class. But he is an absolute truck. Underneath, top side, I don't care which way you want to look at him. He's the really bold, big rib, big hip sheep that's got a ton of product. But for me, young lady, he's just a little too coarse. And the way he ties his neck into his blade, he's kind of got his chine stuck up in the air. Just his spine work, all that just doesn't blend quite as nicely together as the two we have ahead of him. This one, when he came in, and again, it's easy for me to gravitate to this sheep here in fourth because he is so stellar looking from the side. Again, you got a great showman here that gets his thing presented very well. He's sound, there's no doubt about it, but I think of the 6 we have left out here, this is probably the frailest, lightest muscle. And so again, I've said I don't need a lot of muscle, but we need to have some muscle. And I think this sheep kind of walks the line of being even too narrow for me. As we come in here for fifth, I like this one up high. I think, again, the way he's constructed out of his blade into his rack, upper part of his hip, I think is really good. As we work down on this sheep, he tends to flatten up a little bit more as we get down to the base of him. For me, he's wedged just a little bit the wrong direction. As we look at his underlying with his flank in relation to his chest, maybe doesn't come together quite as nice from the side. But we can move him up a notch or two because he does have some muscle and product to him. Again, he's just a little out of kilter from the side. And the same with the sheep that we have completing this class. Again, probably doesn't balance out as nicely for me from the side. He's hooked up a little awkward in his neck-shoulder junction, the construction of his hind leg. But in the same breath, he probably has a bit more muscle than 2 or 3 that we have up ahead of him. So a nice class, a challenging class, but I'm going to coin this one here as the complete sheep. And congratulations to you, young lady, for winning class 2.
Class number 9, which is your third class of fine wools in the arena now. 32 entries in class that range in weight from 124 to 138 pounds. Your results from the previous class. In sixth, Alex Etheridge, representing Highland FFA. In fifth, Tinley Barnett, representing Gillespie County 4-H. Fourth, Royce Cook from Runnels County 4-H. Third, Emery Ruth Hale, representing Uvalde County 4-H. Second, Levi Jonas, representing Tom Green County 4-H. And your class winner was Kelly Wright, representing Boys Ranch FFA. Your TOBA results from that same class. Sixth, Alex Etheridge, breeder is Long Club Lambs in Sterling City. Fifth, Tinley Barnett, breeder is Jacoby Brothers in Melvin. Fourth, Royce Cook, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs of Miles. Third, Emery Ruth Hale, breeder is Skelton Club Lambs in Ballinger. And second, Levi Jonas, breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas of Cristobal. Congratulations. We'd like to thank Weaver Livestock for sponsoring the San Antonio Sheep Show. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their trailer outside on Freeman Boulevard between the livestock barns to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Good luck to all the junior sheep exhibitors. Let's give these kids a hand as they're excused from the arena, please. Fun fact about the junior livestock auction here at the San Antonio Livestock Expo. Last year, the junior livestock auction had total sales of $6.7 million. The livestock auction will sell 1,012 lots across the species. That represents 10% of the market animals exhibited, and the exhibitors receive 100% of the proceeds. If y'all don't mind, put your hands together. Thank all of the sponsors of the show, all the buyers at the sale. Since they're all standing right together, I'd like to take this time to introduce your superintendents of the Market Lamb Show, Dr. Rick Machen here, and Todd Swift and the Silver Belly. And then we have a new addition to our group, Marty Gibbs. He has the shiniest personality from the angle I'm at right here. Quite reflective. Y'all give him a hand. Got some kiddos that made it really far in a tough class. Give them a hand as they exit, please.
Well, again, if you could just kind of put them in a bag and mix all the goods together, then you've got the sheep that I think everybody could sure like in here. And there's again 6 very nice ones in here. And once again, we just go back to my speed. This is my speed, and again, I'm just going to tell you, he is not overwhelming in muscle. We get in behind him, and certainly down in his twist and lower leg, he's not as impressive as several other sheep here in this class, and a lot of them have even gone back to the pen already. But that one's really good from a design standpoint. He's got a nice hide complemented by a nice touch. He's just really good as we get over his forerib. Even though he don't have a ton of muscle, everything's shaped up really fresh in his top, his loin edge. Again, where he excels to me is the lower third of his body, his sternum, his underline, his tail set, his hind leg. Again, the image I like. When I go at the backdrop, I want something that's built and designed like that one. But I'd just like to have a little bit more muscle before we get to the backdrop. But good sheep, very nice sheep. So again, we get into the situation we've had so many times today. What do we follow him with? And there's justifiably 4 or 5 sheep in this class that we could follow him with. And again, I try to keep kind together from a design standpoint. I think this one does the next best job, especially as you look at his length, his levelness, especially the way his neck and his shoulder blade hook up, the length of his blade compared to the sheep we have here in third, his underline. Just in general, he holds himself together a lot better in his skeleton than what we have here in third. Now, he does have more muscle. There's no doubt about it. I think where we get into a little bit of a trade-off for me is he's not as firm to the touch. He's got just a notch more sternum and chest floor set up underneath him than what we have here in our class winner. I think as these 2 young ladies get out of them, I thought the sheep that wins the class just simply has more look to him from the side. But they resemble a lot of each other from a skeletal standpoint, length of body, hip and hind leg structure. I thought they're a little more alike. Now, I'm sure this young man and his family are wondering, what the world is this guy doing? I left him standing over here a long time. Now, it wasn't because I wanted to. It was I saw you earlier. I didn't get you pulled early enough. But again, that's a good sheep. And he came in. I think it's real apparent. Again, he's got a really unique hide in this breed classification. He's got a lot of muscle. His hip shape and hind leg is incredibly good. And so just close your eyes and touch one. You like this one. I do like that one a lot. But partner, he just is. And I tell you what, the good Lord himself is not going to be able to show his neck and shoulder, his blade out of him. So again, it's not your fault. He's just not designed right for me up front. He's a little too long in his blade. He's kind of U-neck. His whole sternum kind of picks out underneath him. And so again, if we could just take the front end of what we have up here on top, stick it on your sheep, then we might be walking to the backdrop, okay? But again, there's a lot of reasons and a lot of things going through my mind. We can start with this sheep because of his touch, his freshness, his leanness, his muscle. But again, I've made it pretty clear you better have a look, and I don't like his look as well. Now, the next 2 sheep, again, are just a little off in balance. They're a little shorter bodied than what we have up here on the top end. Not constructed quite as nice out of their blade, their pin set. Again, maybe just don't hit me quite as hard from the side when we get them stopped and propped up out here. But they are sheep that have some production, some rib cage, and certainly some muscle to them. And I think we end with one that, again, from the side, he's a little more what I like. His length, he's got a nice hide, but I don't think there's enough real muscle in this sheep. I don't think as I study him down low relationship to what we have up high, he's not opened up near as wide underneath. He's not shaped as good in terms of his bold rib cage like we have in the sheep up here ahead of him. So again, congratulations, another challenging class. I'm earning my $1.50 today. I'm getting paid an hour to judge this show, and I've enjoyed it. So let's give them all a nice hand. What a great group of young kids and a good group of sheep.
Class 10 fine wools. That's your 4th class of fine wools coming in the gate. 27 entries in class that range in weight from 139 to 147 pounds. Todd Swift, I think they need your expertise over there. Your results from the previous class: placing 6th, Audrey Pogue, representing Burnett County 4-H, and 5th, Kendall Smith, representing Ferris FFA, and 4th, Jalen Miller, representing Dalhart FFA, 3rd, Benjamin Sprayberry, representing Jones County 4-H, 2nd, Riley Wunderlich from Canyon Lake FFA, and your class winner, Harper White, representing Johnson City FFA. Your TLBA results from that same class: in 5th, Kendall Smith, breeder is Short Club Lambs and Voss. 4th, Jalen Miller, breeder is Long Club Lambs of Sterling City. 3rd, Benjamin Sprayberry, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs and Miles. 2nd, Riley Wunderlich, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs and Miles. And 1st, Harper White, breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company in Menard.
Folks, let's give these exhibitors a hand as they exit the ring. Folks, let's give these kids a hand for their hard work.
Again, a very nice class, and I know our young man in second, he is a little bit disappointed, but if you've been watching all day, you shouldn't be disappointed because it's the kind of sheep we've been using all day. You know, he's just from the side, he's just more my kind. His length of body, the angle to his shoulder, the way his neck and his blade and his spine all fit together, the construction of his hind leg. Beautiful underline on this sheep. You know, he's got a really nice sternum tucked up in him, a good underline back to his flank. He's just got a world of balance. And again, I'm just going to tell you, you know, he's not the biggest boned. He's not the heaviest muscled. I do think this sheep is really good in his leg shape and certainly down into his twist and his lower leg. But he's not super impressive as we get up on the top side of him. So, again, there's some little things, and he's kind of got that little old knot up there in the middle of his spine that we get to pushing on him pretty hard. It kind of pops up just a little bit more. But I like him on the move. I think he's athletic, he's trim, he's high cut ability, and he just simply has more of the balanced look that I like from the side. He's just got a little more arrogance, I think, is what I would say to him than what we have here in second. Again, there's some things that you know we can sure talk about here in second. You might want to start with his head. He's got a lot better noggin than that one that wins the class. There's no doubt about it. Big round rib cage. He's stout. He's probably got more top in him than what we have here in our class winner. Big bone. You know, again, we go to the surface. I think there's just a little bit more to this sheep as we go to the ground. We get in the situation, for me anyway, as we look at him from the side, he's just a little shorter neck. He's a little deeper in his plate. As you work back into his hip, he's not as level. He's not constructed as nicely off his hind leg. And so, again, all those things for me kind of fit into a balance mode, if you will. And I think the big, really deciding factor for me is you get your hands on them, you study them in their forerib. The sheep that wins a class is just so much freer fat up front and down his spine than what we have here in second. As we get into, again, a third place weather, again, I think him and second are an awful lot alike. In fact, there's some areas of the third sheep you might like, especially the way he's able to maintain just a little bit more correctness to his tail set. His length of body is really good. Again, just a little out of balance as we go from his forerib back to his flank. He kind of wedges the wrong direction. A little like the sheep ahead of him, he tends to have just a little bit softer touch to him as we get over his forerib. But again, I thought those two, just from a production standpoint with the skeleton, just pure muscle, there's more in second and third than what we have here in fourth and fifth. Now, the two sheep in fourth and fifth, again, really good heighted. They got a beautiful touch to them in terms of leanness. They probably resemble more of our class winner in that regard. Again, several times I've said, I don't need to have a lot of muscle, but we need to have some. And I think both of these kind of fit into that category as we work back into their pin set, their leg. You kind of get in behind those two sheep as they go away from you. They're just naturally gauged, a little narrower, they're a little flatter in their body shape, and then as we work back into their hip, they just simply kind of run out of gas. So again, I'd like to give these two just a little bit more punch to kind of get them up here into our second slot, maybe even winning the class. Now, I think the heaviest muscle by some margin is actually the sheep that ends up here in sixth. And again, just a big wide skeleton, big productive muscle shape in him. But for me, just a little too coarse in the way it's all tied into a skeleton. You know, he's a little coarser about his head, his shoulder blade, hip and hind leg, just some little features like that. Again, I think there's something about quality that sometimes is hard to explain. But if you look at what I think is quality up here on top from this sheep from the side and what we talk about here in our sheep in sixth, again, I hope that kind of in your brain kind of makes sense, because I think this is just a real quality individual up here on the top end. So again, congratulations, a nice class, and congratulations to this young lady here for winning a very deep class of fine wolves.
We'll have those results for you momentarily. Folks, in the meantime, if you have I believe it's either a 2013 or 2018 red Dodge Ram license plate, it looks like S2X9679. That vehicle is parked illegally and is about to be towed. S2X9679, red Dodge Ram. That's a vehicle that's about to be towed. Another one, we have a 2011 hot pink Mazda Miata ragtop with a vanity plate T Swift. I believe that's yours, Todd. You need to get that one moved as well. Your heavyweight fine wolves are in the arena at this time. 27 entries in class that range in weight from 148 to 165 pounds. Your results from the previous class. In 6th, Braylon Brandenberger, representing McCullough County 4-H. In 5th, Jace Villarreal from San Patricio County 4-H. 4th, Emerson Blanick from Tom Green County 4-H. 3rd, Brooklyn Howell, representing Smithson Valley FFA. 2nd, Raider McFall from Reagan County 4-H, and your class winner was Hadley Holtman, representing Hale County 4-H. Your TLBA results from that same class. In 6th, Braylon Brandenberger, breeder is Long Club Lambs in Sterling City. In 5th, Jace Villarreal, breeder is Elledge Livestock in Uvalde. 4th, Emerson Blanick, breeder is Struby Livestock in Wall. 3rd, Brooklyn Howell, breeder is Howell and Eckert Club Lambs in Spring Branch. 2nd, Raider McFall, breeder is Long Club Lambs in Sterling City. And your class winner, Hadley Holtman, breeder is Mark Tillman of Junction. Give these kiddos a hand as they exit, please. Good job to these kids making it so far in a tough class.
Well, again, congratulations. These two are pretty wolfy. And again, it's just what I'm gonna. I've told you quite a few classes already. This is the kind of sheep that wins a show for me. You know, you got a good showman in front of them. You take the showman out, and you still have a sheep that's just built with quality. You know, I think he again has the presence out here that I think is awful hard to get with that neck, his chest, his blade. Again, very athletic. He's trim. He's long. Again, not the heaviest muscle. That sheep behind you beats you on muscle, but enough. You know, I think he's just a good, high-quality sheep, and both of them are very good. When they walked in, you know, again, it's kind of one of those things, winner, chicken dinner. I just wasn't sure which one, okay? And both of you, I think, are good showmen, good sheep, but this one here just has more ring presence. To me, he's been bred again, to win a show under Scott Shockey. Now, some of you like the bone work, the footwork, the production, the bone, you know, just the muscle that you find in the Weather and Second. And I say that he's not a bad-looking sheep. We take this one out, then I'm going to brag about how good-looking he is, okay? But that one there is just so stellar ahead of you. His presence, I think, is just too demanding. Again, I love this one. His forearm, you know, the width of chest, his natural spring of rib, just everything from one end to the other tells me he's got more muscle, and yet it's still tied into a skeleton really nice. He's not as proud. You know, that sheep kind of lays his shoulder back in his blade. He's hard to get gathered up out of his front end. I don't think he's built quite as special in his chine bone and the angle of his shoulder like the one ahead of you and his chest plate, but still, that's a really good sheep. It just, unfortunately, these two end up in the same class. But great pair of fellows and a very nice job in getting them presented. Again, now the decision is we got here in third and fourth, two really heavy-muscled sheep, and especially here in third, big top in him. He's probably as expressive in his hip as any fine wool that we've seen out here in the ring. Again, maybe put together a little bit more by a committee. You know, he doesn't hook up as nice in his shoulder, his spine. He's just a little awkward on his hind leg in the way that he goes, and maybe a little more mature in the shape of his neck. But boy, from production and rib and muscle and bone, it's been hard to kind of copy one like that we've seen here in our fine wool show. And I'd say we have a little of the same resemblance here in fourth, just not to the extreme. You know, I think there is a real productive looking sheep here that's got some product and muscle, and in general, he's just a little bolder, a little more opened up in his skeleton than the two we have here in fifth and sixth. But kind of the same case here, just a little too mature, his old chine bone stuck up in the air, and he doesn't hook as good in his spine and down his top. He's just kind of hard to keep gathered up at his age and make him look very appealing out here in the ring. Again, can we run these two up? And we can, and trust me, it ran through my brain several times. Keep the two bigger, prettier, taller fronted sheep up here in this category, and we get into these heavyweights, and these two are maybe just a little flatter bodied. They're not as extreme in their muscle shape as what we have here in third and fourth. And again, the quality thing, nothing like we have up here in first and second. So like I told the young lady that ended up in seventh, I said, your sheep kind of falls in the cracks out here. He's not as powerful. He's not as good looking. And that's kind of what I would say about the sheep here in fifth and sixth. You just kind of fall in between what we have up here on the top end. So great class. Let's give them one more nice hand for a good pair of sheep up here on the top end.
Folks, at the conclusion of the fine wool drive, we will take a 30-minute lunch break. A 30-minute lunch break at the end of the fine wool drive. Your results from the previous class: placing sixth, Kinley Holscher, representing Highland FFA. In fifth, Reagan Ball from Clear Springs FFA. Fourth, Hannah Nielsen from Fredericksburg FFA. Third, Ivana Tovar, representing Eagle Pass FFA. Second, Zane Burnside from Jourdanton FFA. And your class winner was Rhett Dixon, representing Sterling County 4-H. your TLBA results from the same class. In sixth, Kinley Holscher, breeder is Horwood Show Lambs in Sterling City. In fifth, Reagan Ball, breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas in Christoval. Fourth is Hannah Nielsen, breeder is Lazy K Livestock in Fredericksburg. Third is Ivana Tovar from breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs in Miles. And your class winner, Rhett Dixon, breeder is Justin and Bridget Jonas in Christoval. Congratulations.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
I'll introduce your class winners in seconds. Winning Class 1 of the Fine Wools is Sydney Jones, representing Gillespie County FFA. Parents are Jenny and Victor Jones. She enjoys dance, track, showing sheep, and band, and plans to go to Texas A&M. Class 2 winner was Kelly Wright. Kelly represents Boys Ranch FFA. Dad Scotty Wright enjoys gymnastics, showing sheep and goats, and wants to go to West Texas A&M University. Your Class 3 winner was Harper White. She represents Johnson City FFA. Her parents are Casey and Brooke White. She enjoys cheer, volleyball, cross country, and wants to head to Texas A&M. Class 4 winner is Hadley Holtman, representing Hale County 4-H. Her parents are Ethan and Sydney Holtman. She enjoys showing, judging meets, and she wants to attend Texas Tech University. Your Class 5 winner was Rhett Dixon. He represents Sterling County 4-H. His parents are Will and Brooke Dixon. He enjoys sports, showing, judging wool, hunting, and he plans to attend Kansas State University. Your second place in Class 1 is Kaylee Eaton. She represents Bell County 4-H. Her parents are Billy and Dee Dee Eaton. She enjoys livestock judging, showing, and plans to attend Redlands Community College to judge livestock. Second in Class 2 is Levi Jonas. He represents Tom Green County 4-H. His parents are Justin and Bridget Jonas. He enjoys showing sheep. He's going to do well in the future. Y'all give him a hand. Second in Class 3 is Riley Wunderlich. She represents Canyon Lake FFA. Her parents are Corby and Kimberly. Wonderlic, she enjoys volleyball, 4-H, FFA, Aggie football, and plans to go to Texas A&M. Second in Class 4 is Raider McFall. He represents Reagan County 4-H. His parents are Chase and Lauren McFall. He likes playing golf, showing cheap, and helping his sister in the show ring. He plans to attend Texas Tech. Second in Class 5 is Zane Burnside. He represents Jourdanton FFA. His parents are Jason and Tina Burnside. He enjoys working on the ranch and tinkering in the garage, and he plans to go to Texas A&M. Once again, a great set of kids and a whole bunch of kids that didn't quite make it out here that we're proud of as well. Y'all put your hands together for them.
I'm sure y'all are pretty hungry and it's time to take a little break, but I'm going to toot my own horn here in just a second. I'm pretty proud of myself. I think I got these class winners out here. They kind of fit together, and Preston said, you look like you're having fun, and I am, because for me, this is like going to the dentist. You get there, you're dreading it, and you're like, God dang it. And the dentist says, no cavities. Happy days, you know. So the fine wolves show up. We have outstanding class winners out here. They resemble one another just from a sheer quality standpoint. I love the design. I love the build of these sheep. There's enough muscle in all of them. And the reason I was really starting to enjoy things, because when Class 1 winners showed up, after he left the ring, I said, you know what? I don't care if there's another one that shows up in the ring. This is good enough to win right here. I think that thing is a scorpion. I think he could be really good. He is good right now. I don't guess you probably can take him on. So I'm going to be quite honest. This thing is in the hunt. I think that is a good sheep for his weight. He has incredible presence out here. He's young. He's youthful. He's well balanced. And again, if I don't leave this ring today and say that that thing is one that I'm sure going to consider at a very high level, I'd feel bad about not doing my job right today. So, young lady, you got our fine wool class started off in great shape. And we kind of laughed, and I said, I hope our classifiers didn't boot you out, because I think that thing, when he walked in, is just, again, it's just like a breath of fresh air when he hit the ring. So again, congratulations to her. And then as we came into the next two classes, again, the quality that we had in every one of these classes I thought was outstanding. Perhaps the sheep that won the second class of our winners out here, he's probably the biggest bone, biggest footed. He's, again, got just a little bit more stoutness to him everywhere you study that sheep and the way that he's featured. And yet still, I think his presence is really good. You know, he's probably not quite as good in his underlying, quite as tidy in his presence out here, and just a little more mature in his neck shape and his old skull. But that's a good sheep. And I thought those two were very, very nice. And like I said, we kind of get him on the parade out here and the way he held together. I thought he makes a very nice class winner. Again, class 3, good looking. You know, he beat some stout sheep in there, and I said, I'm gonna sacrifice some muscle and some bone because we're gonna try to stick with the trend of keeping them things good looking and tidy from the side, and again, the kind that just that draws me in, and he does. He's got the presence out here. Same with class 4, same deal, just a stouter version of what we had here in the class there in 3, and his bone work is good, and we said, and even the young man that was second to him, you know, there's more muscle in that sheep, his rack, his leg, there's everywhere you want to talk about, there's a bit more product. But we said this young lady wins because we're doing this all day long, we're going to keep them good looking. And then we had that excellent class of heavyweights. And again, I think those 2 sheep are very, very nice. It's a challenge, in my opinion. We didn't feed a lot of them. We're not experts at this, but I know it was a challenge for us at our house to keep big sheep looking good and keeping them fresh. And I think both of those do that at this weight. And they're not too big for me. They're not out of bounds. So, again, congratulations to everybody. 3 really good sheep. Let's give them all a nice hand. We're going to go out and pick you a champion. And, again, congratulations here for a fine wool division.
Your champion fine wool is exhibited by Rhett Dixon, and your reserve champion fine wool is shown by Zane Burnside. Congratulations. So we will attempt to reconvene at approximately 1:20. Approximately 1:20. Lightweight fine wool crosses are coming in the ring. 29 entries in class that range in weight from 100 to 128 pounds. Give these kiddos a hand as they exit the arena, please. Class number 15, fine wool crosses. Class number 15, fine wool crosses. That'll be your second class of crosses. Please start headed towards the holding area. Let's give these kiddos a hand for making it so far in a tough class.
What a really nice start. And honestly, I probably earlier had it in my mind these two were going to be switched around. And the longer they get out here, and I think what happens, a young lady here with our weather in second, he's kind of a pouty sheep, sulky sheep, and he just doesn't get his neck out of his blade right. He just, his attitude ain't right. You know, we need to get him in a little more of a show gear, and that kind of what, as out here playing the game longer, the weather that ends up winning this class, he's just got that presence again. You know, I think it's so important when you come through that gate that you got one that, kind of hits the ring here like he wants to be a winner. He stomps around out here like a champion. And this guy here, he gets his neck up out of his shoulder. I think as we kind of study him inside, I think in general he's just constructed a little wider in his general makeup, especially up in his forerib, his upper rib cage, and that translates into just, I think, a little bit more spread as we work down his top. And again, a nice sheep, and I think we got a little more conditioning on him, and that helps him in this case here. He's far from being too fat. I think it kind of blends everything together just a nickel smoother. Again, this one in second, I don't know that he's quite there yet. I think if we get just a little bit more time and energy in this one right here and just a little more show ring ready, I think he could be pretty special. I like his length of neck, the elevation of this guy up front and his chest. As we progress back into his pins, he's spread out really wide and square to his hips. So these things are all right there. I just don't sure that he's kind of at that league right now to get it all presented. And again, he probably can hit me as being just a little green at times out here in the way that he's constructed. On the other end, this guy here in third, this Weather, is, I think from his forerib back, he's pretty impressive. Now, I'm going to read him just a nickel straighter up in his shoulder. He's a little finer featured in his bone work than the two that we've started with, but I like the big top, big hip in this sheep. He's really good when we get in behind him. Got a big, strong leg set up underneath him. So, again, from his first rib back, I'm a big fan of this one. I'm not as inclined to like this one as well up in his front end. And a lot of it to me is the angle of his shoulder. He's just a little too steep in the way that he's made up in through his front end. Actually, the next two Weathers, again, on the move, I don't like him as well. I thought the one here in fourth is just a little shorter hip. He's a little steeper in that column of bone off his hind leg, and I think as a result, when you watch him move, he doesn't handle the last third of his skeleton quite as nicely as the sheep we have up ahead of him. Behind him here in fifth is one that's just a nickel shorter up in his front end. He's just a little out of balance because he tends to be just a little bolder in his lower shoulder, his chest region in relation to what we work back in through his hip. We have a little more, again, taller fronted, kind of a more extended Weather here that completes the class. And I guess for me, he just becomes a little bit more on the edge. Does he have enough real muscles? We study him, the way he hooks his loin into his hip, and he's just a little narrower pinned, a little flatter made, I thought, back in through his leg. But very nice class, a lot of good sheep to kind of sort through, and two, I think, pretty impressive individuals here to get us rolling.
Your second class of Fine Wool Crosses, class number 15, is entering the arena at this time. 31 entries in class. They range in weight from 129 to 135 pounds. Your results from the previous class. In 6th, Macy Wunderlich, representing Canyon Lake FFA. In 5th, Mackenzie Barley, representing Jourdanton FFA. In 4th, Kira Sawyer, representing Bernie FFA. 3rd, Dawson Smithwick from Runnels County 4-H. 2nd, Raina Powell from Erath County 4-H. And your class winner was Ansley Wilson, representing Brownwood FFA. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from the same class. In 6th, Macy Wunderlich, breeder is Cook Club Lambs and Ballinger. In 5th, Mackenzie Barley, representing breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs and Miles. 3rd, Dawson Smithwick, breeder is Smithwick Club Lamb and Miles. 2nd, Raina Powell, breeder is Strube Livestock and Wall. Your class winner, Ansley Wilson, breeder is Skelton Club Lambs in Ballinger. Congratulations. Folks, put your hands together for these kids. Thank them for all their work and effort.
Yeah, I was giving my classifiers a hard time. Because I can do it, I'm going to pick on my class. No, I can't. I tell you what, I told them guys at lunch, we got the best job out here, and the easiest job, the hardest job is what them three guys got to do over there, and especially in this breed deal. So, but you know what? We end up, I think, with a really good set. And especially these two up here on the top end. I think, again, you can kind of swap them around. For me, I don't care, but for me, I do care because this is more my speed again. I think just the way this thing is built in the front two-thirds of his body, the shape of his neck, the way it sets into his blade, his chest, his shoulders laid back more correctly. I like his length of body, his underline. We get up on the top side, and because his shoulders are set in more correctly, he's not as big and opened up in his upper rib cage and his rack like the weather we have here in second. But again, plenty of muscle. He handles really nice, and he's just got the better look to him, up to the front two-thirds of his body, to be quite honest. So again, nice place to get started. I think he just kind of falls right in tick for tat for what we've done in several classes here today. And a good sheep in second. That needs, he's a workhorse. He's got a big chest floor. He's opened up big and square in his rack. We would expect him to, because he's also got just a little more openness to the top of his blade and his shoulder. He just doesn't hook that blade and neck all together as nicely as the weather we have winning the class. But if you want to step in behind him, you want to just simply butt cut him and put more natural width in one, you're going to switch those two. And again, I don't have a real problem with it, because he does have a lot of product setting in him. Again, in third is one of those, it's probably a little more aligned with our top sheep here in terms of his length and his smoothness, but I think a pretty distant third when you get up on top of this sheep. You know, he's just not shaped up near as good in his top shape and back in behind like the two that we've started with. So he is one of those that just kind of walks the line if he just quite got enough muscle to him. But I sure like the design that he has. The next one, he's an interesting sheep to me. Again, I'm not exactly sure that I'm real comfortable with him and where he belongs in this lineup. He's dead level. Part of it is I don't like the way he's made out to his tail set and his pins, but he does give you a nice image of running uphill. He's really level in his top. He's very smooth. I'm going to just simply say I don't think he's got as much real muscle shape underneath that as what we have here, even in the one that stands in third to him, because he's just got a little smoother, fatter, softer look to him. And again, I'd like to make him just a little more authentic as we get back into his tail set and his pin. I told the young lady end up in fifth. This is just, you be persistent, sister, and she is. And again, this is a pretty intriguing sheep. I liked him when he walked in. 2/3 of his body up front. That thing is really nice up in his neck and his shoulder. He's got a good round rib cage, but he's so green in his top that he's a little shelled out in his loin. And then again, as we go from his jump muscle into his hip, he doesn't build it in quite as nicely, but he's got some really intriguing pieces, and I was probably a little slow to get him pulled, but you deserve to be up here. That's a good sheep, and congratulations to her. And then another one, and again, just a good pattern sheep, probably from the standpoint of his composition and muscle. I don't read him to be quite as powerful as some up on the top end, and kind of like several we've had out here that end up in fifth and sixth. It's like you just kind of fall in between what several of the sheep in this class have that are just a little bit better. But nice class, and again, a very good pair, and just once again, just my speed up here on top. So congratulations to you.
Your results from the previous class: placing 6th, Abigail Hall, representing Klein Collins FFA. In 5th, Oakland Recker, representing Andrews County 4-H. 4th, Ryder Hawes from B County 4-H. 3rd, Sydney Montgomery from Highland FFA. 2nd, Cooper Evans, representing Burnett County 4-H. And your class winner was Whitney Drummond, representing Williamson County 4-H. Your TLBA results from that same class: placing 6th, Abigail Hall, breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company in Menard. 5th, Oakland Recker, breeder is Howell and Eckert, Club Lambs in Spring Branch. 4th, Ryder Hawes, breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company in Menard. 3rd, Sydney Montgomery, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs in Miles. 2nd, Cooper Evans, breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company in Menard. And your class winner, Whitney Drummond, breeder is Newsom Livestock in Olton. Congratulations.
Folks, let's give these kids a hand for their hard work. Thank you. Let's thank these lamb exhibitors as they exit the ring.
again, really a nice class. And as nice as the class is, I think for me, when they quickly came in, this was the bar that we had to meet right here. And I was kind of peeking over there watching my committee, and he slides through. And thank you. I think that's a nice sheep. And again, I guess what you'll find is when you get your hands on him, he's maybe not creased up and as massive in his back shape as I would have expected from the outside looking in based on what we see in his hip and his leg. But again, when this young man, in fact, partner, just get out of your sheep, okay? Again, the kind of image I like. His neck, he's got a nice slim neck. It sets in his shoulder nice. His blade's in him right. His rib cage is good. Everything balances out really well. He's just a high-quality individual. And not only standing, but we put him on the go out here. And again, he looks athletic in the way that he kind of keeps everything gathered up and going. So nice sheep, no big holes. I think he, again, just kind of comes in here and wins it for fun. And then we find one that kind of goes second behind him. And we're able to do that because this sheep, again, in terms of type and kind, does a very nice job resembling your class winner. I don't think he's quite as special up to the front third of his body like the young man sheep. But again, same kind of rib cage, same kind of skeletal makeup, in my opinion. Just doesn't take it to that level up front like I think the young man sheep does in here. Again, in third, if we could just build him a little differently in a couple areas. You know, his neck and his shoulder don't hook up quite right. I don't know that he's quite as long in his hip and quite as accurate in the way that he's built in his hind leg and sets it to the ground when he goes. But a nice sheep when we get him stopped and get our hands on him. He's got a very fresh shape to him. He's got a nice rib cage. There's some things in terms of carcass merit that I think he does very, very well. I just don't think he hits me quite as special from the side in terms of his design and build like we have up here on top, and especially in our class winner. Young lady that ends up here in fourth, I love his length, and again, he's high cutability, he's trim, he gets just a little bit more average on muscle when we get in behind him. And again, one of those that you have a little extra length of body like that and maybe not quite as much bone or fuzz underneath him in terms of his boots. He does look just a little bit frailer featured at the ground, but he's long, he's high cutability, he's trim, and I think, again, it becomes a huge advantage. This next one, and young man, I guess I would say that ends up here in fifth, he's a real powerful sheep. And there's times I can really like him, and then other times I know he's a bit of a challenge to get shown. He kind of gets his old front legs camped up underneath him, and like now he's just kind of a sulky little pouty sheep that doesn't want to be proud and get his neck up out of his shoulder. So he's one that's going to require a little bit more special and attention in the show ring out here. But from a muscle standpoint and the shape of his rib cage and all the things we talk about in making a real powerful market sheep, this guy has it. There's no doubt about it. He's just one of those that there's times I caught him like, he's just not my speed. He just doesn't hook it all together quite as nicely. And then we end with a sheep that's really level and smooth. And again, from a compositional standpoint, just doesn't take it to the level in terms of muscle and trimness like we have up here on the top end. Again, congratulations. A nice group, and certainly one that I think is pretty handily, just very complete up here on the top end.
Give all these kids a hand as they exit the arena, please. Good job to these kids. Made it really far in a challenging class.
told several kids that we excused from the ring, and again, this class was incredibly good, and I told several of them that had some really nice sheep, good looking. I said, you know what, you happen to climb in a class and you didn't pick it, but you're in a class where it's kind of the land of the wolves and the giants, and it's certainly true up here on the top end. Again, I said I don't try to get too hung up in extremes, but this thing here is an absolute creature. I mean, just he hit the ring, and you get one that has, again, that kind of rib cage and power, and yet as athletic and fresh as he is, he's a delight to get your hands on. He's just in so many ways. In fact, he's a kind of give you goosebumps when you look at him. You know, it's just one of those deals where sometimes you wonder if they're that good or are they really that good. I think this one is really that good. That's just a good creature. And I think, again, there's a lot of things you can come in here, and a lot of these good young judges would open the book. I'm just going to say Ray Charles better find that one. That's a good one. Congratulations to her, because the young man that's in second has a very nice sheep as well. I don't think, again, he takes it to the level. His length of underline, his just athleticism is not at the same level, especially up in his neck and his shoulder and his blade, like we have in the sheep that wins the class. But again, I think he's so much like him in terms of his rib cage, his power, his muscle, that I think he sure needs to follow right in here with him. As we get into the next two sheep, and again, we have some different kinds here in third through sixth, and we have two that have just a little more elevation. They run uphill a little bit better. Again, I think just the true body width and just natural dimension from one end to the other kind of favor the young man that ends up here in third versus the young lady we have here in fourth. But again, they're smooth-made, good design sheep. I like the image they project from the side once we get them stopped and propped up out here. Good on their feet and legs. We don't have any real issues in skeleton up here on this top end set of sheep because they're all built so nice. Again, they don't take that big round rib cage and extreme muscle, radical muscle shape like we have up here on these first two. The young man that ends up here in fifth, now again, we can kind of go back and pick one that's got just a little more shape to him than what we've talked about here in third and fourth. For me, he's a little downhill up front. He kind of runs downhill. He doesn't have quite the image from the side. He's a little tougher to get gathered up in the front third of his body out here in terms of presentation, but his body length is good. His muscle shape is great. Again, we get our hands on all these out here. There's no real big issues, especially the top five up here in terms of finish. And then we end with this sheep that, again, I like his pattern. You know, he doesn't play the same ball game in terms of muscle and trimness like we have up here in the first five, but again, just a pretty good, kind of an honest sheep that's pretty fault-free in terms of his skeleton. So again, congratulations, and again, I think this one here is just a little more special than what we probably have seen throughout the day. So let's give them all a nice hand. Congratulations.
All right, folks, I've got class number 16, so that was not the most recent class, but the prior class. I do finally have the results for that one. In sixth, Hadley Manor, representing Gillespie County 4-H. In fifth, Ivan Rocky, representing Eagle Pass FFA. In fourth, Holden White from Johnson City FFA. In third, Stella Sprayberry from Jones County 4-H. In second, Samantha Ivy from Midland County 4-H. And your class winner was Braxton Holscher, representing Highland FFA. The TLBA results from that same class: in fifth, Ivan Rocky. Breeder was Howland Eckert Club Lambs in Spring Branch. In fourth, Holden White. Breeder was Justin and Bridget Jonas in Christoval. In third, Stella Sprayberry. Breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company in Menard. Second, Samantha Ivy. Breeder is Hoover Livestock in Andrews. And your first place winner, Braxton Holscher. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs in Miles. Class number 18, Fine Wool Crosses. That is your 5th class of Fine Wool Crosses are in the ring currently. They're 28 head in class that range in weight from 151 to 160 pounds. Your results from the most recent class: placing 6th, Carson Shahan, representing Frio County 4-H. In 5th, Laney Powell, representing Erath County 4-H. 4th, Paige Winstead from Springtown FFA. 3rd, Braden Steinberg, representing Kendall County 4-H. 2nd, Dylan Wunderlich, representing Canyon Lake FFA. And your class winner was Sydney Newsom, representing Edwards County 4-H. Your TLBA results from the most recent class. In 6th, Carson Shahan, breeder is Hall's Club Lambs in Beeville. In 5th, Laney Powell, breeder is Struby Livestock in Wall. 4th, Paige Winstead, breeder is Stoltz Sheep Company in Menard. 4th, Braden Steinberg, breeder is Struby Livestock in Wall. 2nd, Dylan Wunderlich, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs in Miles. And your class winner, Sydney Newsom, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs in Miles. Congratulations. Folks, give these kiddos a round of applause as they exit. Appreciate their work. Job to those kids. Thanks for all your work. Made it a long ways in a tough class.
This class, again, these two probably just suit me a little bit better than what we have in third from a structural standpoint, and in particular the design of their hind leg, or whether in third, he's got just a little extra set to it, and just again the bow and the bend to it doesn't keep him quite as appealing from the side. But these two are pretty nice. Again, this is a really what I'm going to call fresh sheep. I'm going to call him, relative to what we've seen throughout the day, very youthful in his appearance. I love his length of neck and the way it sets in his blade, dead level spine. This guy is really good as we get in behind him and we work to his pins, his twist, his lower leg. You know, again, so much more impressive from behind than what we have here in second. I like his underline. He's one of those where we can kind of get his head tilted right. You know, I think he can really look stellar. And again, he's green. And so at times I can read him as being just a little flatter ribbed. He doesn't have quite the bloom in his conditioning like we have in some of the others in here, but that's also part of the reason when you get your hands on him, I really like him. So very nice sheep. Again, his skeletal quality, particularly his levelness of spine and hip and hind leg design is kind of right up my alley. And second, just to me, is logical. I think the two sheep kind of fit one another very nicely, as we said a minute ago, in terms of just the build of their rear skeleton, hip and hind leg design are a little more what I like than what we have here in third. This one, because he does have a little more conditioning, he's got a little more bloom, I think, to him, but I don't think he's designed quite as nicely up in the front third of his body. And probably the deciding factor for me as we get back around his tail and pins and lower leg just doesn't have that same kind of build like we have here in the one that's going to win the class. Now, as we put him on the lead, that's where, again, we can kind of say, well, as athletic as this one is up on front, I don't know that he really takes the correct step off his hind leg like I find in the one here in second. But anyway, little things there. They're both very nice sheep. This is a real impressive one here in third to get your hands on him. Again, really lean to the touch. He's bloomy. He's got enough jump muscle, and it doesn't hook into the heel of his loin quite as nicely. And then, like I've already kind of mentioned, the design of his hip and his hind leg, to me, gets a little round, a little boomerang-legged out here from the side. But there's some real handling quality in this sheep that is very, very good. You know, in fact, we've not had many in the ring today that have the same touch to his top and leanness and height and cutability like we have in this one right here. Again, we get into a sheep that, and really both of them, I think, just need more muscle. You know, I love them from the standpoint of length and elevation and smoothness, and these two young ladies do a very nice job in getting them presented out here. Obviously, there's an advantage in height quality here and the weather that stands in fourth, and just in general, he's trimmer. I think he balances up better. But I think, young lady, to get him up another notch, he just needs a bit more product, a bit more hip in him when we get in behind him. And we pulled this one here a little late, but he's a good sheep. He's a productive sheep. You know, he's got some length of body. He's opened up really good in his rib. And he's got a wrinkle or two in his hide. He doesn't maybe blend quite as nicely, and his shoulder into his rib cage and might be designed just a type a bit different if we could off his hind leg. But his production, his skeletal width, and his muscle is quite good. And then again, one that's really smooth shouldered, nice blending, and everything kind of fits together here from the side. And kind of like we talked about here in fourth, is he does need more muscle. You know, in this particular lineup, he gets a little bit flatter ribbed, and just in general, a little narrower in the skeleton, some of the others we have in here. Again, nice class, a nice pair up here on the top end of just well-constructed sheep.
Your results from the last class. Placing 6th, Sophie Bradshaw, representing Randall County 4-H. And 5th, Brooklyn Wiley from Canyon New Braunfels FFA. 4th, Rayleigh Go, representing Spring Lake FFA. 3rd, Luke Krippendorf from Comal County 4-H. And 2nd, Ali Waklazik, representing Jourdanton FFA. And your class winner, Jacqueline Ray, representing Fredericksburg FFA. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from that same class. In 6th, Sophie Bradshaw. Breeder is Jacoby Brothers Club Lambs in Melvin. In 5th, Brooklyn Wiley. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs in Miles. Rayleigh Go is 4th. Breeder is NT Club Lambs in San Angelo. 3rd, Luke Krippendorf. Breeder is Sturts Livestock in Wall. Struby Livestock in Wall in that 3rd place. 2nd place, Ali Waklazik. Breeder is Howlin Eckert in Spring Branch. And your class winner, Jacqueline Ray. Breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs in Miles. Your heavyweight fine wool crosses are in the arena. 29 entries in class that range in weight from 161 to 175 pounds. Give these kiddos a round of applause as they exit, please. Folks, we got some kiddos headed out the gate that made it really far in a challenging class. Appreciate all their work and effort.
One thing I've always appreciated about coming to this state is the attention to detail that y'all have as parents and coaches. And when you have a sheep that's built like this one, and you have Scott Shockey on the microphone judging the show, you show me how that thing is designed. And again, there's no secret to what I like. This one here, again, I'm not dare going to get on the mic and say he handles anywhere as good or better than the second place sheep, because he don't. But he has just got a stellar look for a heavyweight. Tall-fronted, long neck, dead level, good skeleton, underline's right, cutability's good on him. Again, if you want the one that's more radical in muscle, more creased up, that's not the sheep. But for me, this is my kind. So again, young lady, I don't know who's telling you what to do back there, but or maybe you're paying attention. You got one that's built like that, you show them off like you do. So, and again, I don't want to say this is an ugly sheep in second. And we're looking at some sheep here that weigh up, and he's dense. That thing is really bold and muscular. I like his big, massive top, and he complements all that muscle with really having some trimness too down his top. Now, we get off to the side, and again, the maturity's starting to catch up with him a little bit in his neck and his lower shoulder. His underline's not as nice. Again, there's little things to me that make balance, and he just simply doesn't have in the same package of the class winner. So again, if your speed is more power and muscle, you want to switch him. In fact, you might want to put that one fifth because he don't have enough muscle for you. For me, it's just the way it needs to go up here on the top end. And again, we kind of look at the same scenario here in third. We are giving up a lot of muscle shape for one that I think is built nice. He's high cutability, he's trim, he's level, he's smooth, but again, he's a distant third on muscle out here. In fact, he could very well be the lightest muscled sheep we have out in this lineup. So this next 3 or 4, you can shuffle them around however. I would say one of the ones that I struggle with the most out here, I end up putting him in fourth. And the reason I struggle, because there's times I'd say, you know what, that's a pretty good kind of sheep. And then he gets kind of strung out, high flanked, kind of off in his hip and his hind leg. And I'm like, nah, he's really not my kind of sheep. But where he excels for his weight, he's very long. Again, he's got a nice touch to him in terms of trimness and cutability like the one we have up ahead of him. But again, I think he's just a little too ill in the way that he's constructed. His hip and his hind leg, his underline doesn't balance out quite as nicely. This young lady made it a long ways too. We kind of pulled her in here late, but again, a good, big, productive sheep. And I think, as I told her before we pulled him, he's a little bit suspect if he's got enough real compositional correctness to him. because he is a nickel soft over his forehead, but big and long. He stays gathered up very nice when we put him on the lead. And then another one that I struggled just a little bit here, we wind up putting him 6. We get out here and these big old giants, and he gets a little conventional looking. He's a little more jammed up in his neck and his shoulder just a little smaller in kind. And so, I try to look at him and see, what's his real weight, where does he really need to fit, and just didn't quite fit in up here on the top end. But a nice class, and again, a nice pair up here on the top end, and both are good just for different reasons.
Folks, if you happen to have a sheep class out, be sure and check the medium wool classes tomorrow. Make sure you're in the right one. Again, if you had a sheep class out today and you're in the medium wools again tomorrow, make sure you get in the correct class. Your results in the previous class, your heavyweight final crosses. Placing sixth, Skylar Brown, representing Llano County 4-H. In fifth, Bia Chavez, representing Bear County 4-H. In fourth, Wesley Stevens from El Dorado FFA. Third, Jet Napper, representing Borden FFA. Second, Luke Betzworth from Canyon New Braunfels FFA. And your class winner was Madison Witt, representing Midlothian FFA. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from that same class, placing sixth, Skylar Brown, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs and Miles. In fifth, Bia Chavez, breeder is Mad Dog Sheep Company in Big Lake. Fourth, Wes Stevens, breeder is Struby Livestock in Wall. Third, Jet Napper, breeder is Smithwick Club Lambs and Miles. Second, Luke Betzworth, breeder is Smithwick Club Lamb and Miles. And first, Madison Witt, breeder is Struby Livestock and Wall. Congratulations. Right, I'll introduce your class winners. Winning your lightweight fine wool crosses is Miss Ansley Wilson. She represents Brownwood FFA. Her parents are Cade and Chelsea Wilson. She likes to show sheep and hogs, likes to play softball, and she wants to go to Texas A&M. Y'all show her some love. Whitney Drummond wins Class 2. She represents Williamson County 4-H. Her parents are Brian and Amanda Drummond. She likes to play softball and show sheep. She also wants to go to Texas A&M. Class 3 was won by Braxton Holscher. He represents Highland FFA. His parents are Alan and Shay Holscher. He enjoys showing, judging, and sports in general. He would like to attend Texas Tech University. Sydney Newsom wins Class 4. She represents Edwards County 4-H. Her parents are Carla and Kevin Newsom. She really enjoys playing basketball, and she wants to go to Texas Tech University. Jacqueline Ray wins Class 5. She represents Fredericksburg FFA. Her parents are Donnie and Linda Ray. She enjoys volleyball and cheer. She wants to head to Texas A&M. And your heavyweight class winner is Madison Witt. She represents Midlothian FFA. Her parents are Chris and Midney Witt. She enjoys showing livestock and playing volleyball, and she would like to attend Tarleton. Congratulations. Second place lightweight was shown by Raina Powell. She's a member of Erath County 4-H. Her parents are Turtle and Mary Powell. She enjoys barrel racing, breakaway roping, and showing sheep. She wants to go to Tarleton.
Adams Fab.
Cooper Evans was second in Class 2. Represents Burnett County 4-H. His parents are Brandon and Julia Evans. He enjoys being the best little brother around and cleaning water buckets. He wants to attend Texas A&M University. Samantha Ivy was second in Class 3. She represents Midland County 4-H. Her parents are Sid and Amy Ivy. She enjoys athletic training and yearbook, and she would like to attend Tarleton. Dylan Wunderlich was second in Class 4. He represents Kenyon Lake FFA. His parents are Corby and Kimberly Wunderlich. He enjoys football, hunting, fishing, and showing sheep. He would like to attend Texas A&M University. Allie Waklazik is your second place in Class 5. She represents Jourdanton FFA. Her parents are Carla and Jacob Waklazik. She enjoys softball, basketball, volleyball, and she would like to go to Texas A&M University. Second place in Class 6, your heavyweights, is Luke Betzworth. He represents Kenyon New Braunfels FFA. His parents are Brian and Shelley Betzworth. He likes basketball, showing sheep, and he wants to go to Texas Tech University. Congratulations to all the kids, and also thank you to all the kids that didn't make it this far. Great job, everybody. Y'all give them a hand.
Well, another great division and a lot of fun. And ends up being a little more suspenseful, doesn't it, over their committee? And they kind of warned me at lunch. They said, now I know, Preston, I'm not blaming it on you. I know it takes 2 out of 3. But we end up with some really good sheep. And again, I know I do not envy their job over there. That's tough. And I think I also, as parents, said over here, I don't envy your job holding your breath as they go over there through that line to see if they're going to make it through. But congratulations to all our first and seconds. Another just incredibly outstanding lineup, in my opinion. Sheep that I think just have a lot of quality. And again, we've talked a lot about that look and design, the extra length of body. I want these things as much as we can to try to get them, running uphill and have we've talked a lot of times about the image when we get to the backdrop. And I think they all do that. Some maybe just a little bit more than others, but they all have the right kind of, I think, structural integrity. Again, I think there's, and we kind of talked about it in class, there's one that just kind of takes everything to the next level. Sometimes I say things that get me into trouble, and I said, I don't really try to fall in love with extremes. And this one's a little more out there, a little more tricked out and muscle shaped than what I probably typically use. But I'm also going to tell you that one that's built that powerful, that muscular, to still be as flexible and mobile and as fresh in the way that he handles, I think it makes it pretty tough to do. So we're going to go out and select, I think, a very high individual to represent this breed. And then I think we're also going to end up with one to follow right in behind him. It's going to be pretty exceptional as well. So please, let's give them all a nice hand. And in particular, let's give this young lady right here a great hand for extremely nice sheep. Congratulations. Well, it really, again, I don't want to take anything away from the others. It kind of boils down to these two here, Class 3 and our secondary champion. Class 3, young man, I said in your class, I like your build and design. I still do a lot out here. He's got such a good front third, his chest, his blades laid back into his spine right. It allows him to stay really good in his skeleton up high. He's good at the surface. He's got a nice underline. Just from the projection of the image he gives you from the side, he's pretty tough to beat. Young man, I know it's driving you crazy. You can't get up in the front end of that sheep because that's the little issue we talked about in class. He's got a little bit more lower shoulder to him. He's not quite as long up front, but again, so opened up underneath, and his chest, his upper rib cage. There's a lot of sheep inside of that one there. You get up high on him and certainly back into his twist and his leg. He's just a little bit more opened up and certainly a little bit stouter in the way that he's constructed. So I think, again, you can kind of twist him back and forth either way. When you get your hands on them, you study them top to bottom, front to rear. I think there's just too much more man in here in Class 4. So our second tier champion is going to be reserved. Congratulations. Good job.
Your champion fine wool cross is exhibited by Sydney Newsom, and your reserve champion fine wool cross is shown by Dylan Wonderlake. Congratulations. Lightweight Dorpers are coming in the ring at this time. 28 entries in class. They range in weight from 100 to 110 pounds. We'll be placing 4 for the premium sale. Give these kids a hand as they exit, please. Please thank these kids for all their work and effort as they exit.
Again, a really nice start here in our final breed of the day, and again, these are all good. And I think the thing is that, again, I know we got Dr. Dorper over here himself, and I'm probably, again, I've talked a lot about design and balance and structure and hip and hind leg, and you're going to find pretty quick it's not a muscle game for me in this deal here in the Dorpers. I think all these have enough muscle. In fact, the 2 sheep we start with, of the 8 or 10 that we pull, these are 2 of the lighter muscled that we have in the class. But I still think they have enough where they really excel, and especially the little fellow's lamb here that's going to win the class, just perfect from the side. You know, his neck and his shoulder, his chest, his lines, his skeletal quality is really good. Got a good look to his underline, just balances out so nicely out here. And again, for me personally, he has enough muscle. We can have the next judge come in here tomorrow, and you might not even make the sort because you don't have as much muscle as some of the others, but for me, you have enough. And I thought you really had the balance edge over the young lady's Weather that ends up here in second. There's more punch in her Weather. Again, you kind of study him up into his forearm and his chest. Length of body's good on him. I think just in terms of general product, there's a bit more to him. Not quite as special up in his front third, on his hind leg like we have in our class winner, but I say that because I have to be a little careful. That's where he beats the next 2 out here. He just blends everything together a little bit smoother. Again, we have the trade-off, the white one that ends up here in third, just extreme on muscle, and he's got a really good touch to his top. Again, a lot of product in him. For me personally, again, just a little coarser in the way that it's tied into his skeleton, not as good in the correctness of his hind leg, in my opinion, as we have in these first 2. But if you are, again, the Dr. Dorper and you want to make him more extreme on cutability and muscle, then obviously that would be one of the favorites I think you have to work with in the class. And then we end up here with the black-headed Weather that's probably as long a bodied at this weight range as any that we had to work with. He, too, has some muscle. For me, young lady, what I'd like to do is build him a little differently in his underline. He's got just a nickel more sternum and chest, and as we work back in through his sheath back into his flank, he becomes a little higher in that category, and it has a tendency to kind of throw him off balance just a little bit from the side. Again, congratulations, young man. You get us off to a good start here and the kind of quality of sheep that you brought to the show. Good job.
Your second class of Dorpers is coming in the ring, class number 23. There are 26 entries in class that range in weight from 111 to 122 pounds. Your results from your lightweight Dorpers, placing fourth, Kaitlin Peterson, representing Medina FFA. In third, Isaiah Salazar from Brown County 4-H. Second, Brazos Blue, representing Hill County 4-H. And in first, Lane Roper from Gorman FFA. Your TLBA results in that same class, placing first, your TLBA results from that same class, placing third, Isaiah Salazar. Breeder is Jade Livestock and Mason. And your class winner, Lane Roper. Breeder is Jennings Show Lambs of Fredonia. Congratulations. Give these kids a hand as they exit, please. We appreciate their work and effort. Got some youngsters that made it really far in a tough class. I'll give them a hand as they exit, please.
Love the enthusiasm late in the day. That's good. These young people have waited a long time to get out here. And again, a very nice class. And again, I feel very fortunate today that this is one that I can just land on pretty quick. I don't have to think twice about it. I just like his design out here. Just beautiful from the side, the way he hooks everything together. He's got a little bit of brain inside of his head, too, which allows him to show a little bit better than the weather we have here in second. Again, he's not as opened up. He's not quite as raw on his top like we find in the weather in second, but just the way he kind of assembles his whole skeleton, his body parts together in just a very nice package. I think he's too tough to get around. I tell you what, young lady, you had to work hard to get into second, and you got a good sheep. He's one that if we could just turn him loose and let him look out here, I think we'd like him a lot. He's just not very smart. He's hard to work with. He falls apart a little bit when we get him stopped, but again, he's more elevated up front than the two we have behind you. I think his feet and legs are constructed right. He's got a beautiful touch to him, too, when you get your hands on him. But unfortunately, he just don't know how to put himself together, tie himself together, and give us the right kind of image like we have in the weather that's going to beat you here in this class. But a good handling sheep, well fed. I think he really kind of fits me from that standpoint. Then as we get into the next two, again, there's both of them have, for me, maybe not quite obviously the look and balance of what we have up here on the top end. And I said this several times in some of the other classes. You kind of fall in the cracks between the things that these two ahead of you have. You know, he's in third here. He's just not as good to the touch as what we have in second. And I think if we could just kind of set his chest up, and again, some of it I kind of look at the paint on his neck. Is that why he kind of throws him a little out of kilter up in his front third? But I don't think he sends his neck as correctly into his shoulder. The shape of his shoulder and his sternum is maybe quite as nice as the one we have up here on the top end. And like I said, he don't handle as good and quite as expressive as what we have here in second. And then as we end up with one here in fourth, and again, that was kind of the call I had here, which one of the two we had left of the top five. And again, he's very moderate. He's got a big level back in him. He's good out of his hip. He's a little more twisted out of his front end. Again, just a little deeper up in his plate and his chest than a couple we have up ahead of him. But a good sheep. And again, I thought he kind of fit the mold of what we had here in third to keep you up here in the top four as compared to the young lady that we sent out here in the fifth hole. So again, congratulations. We're getting close to ending the day, and thank you very much for bringing this one out here. I think he really, again, sets the image in my mind of what I like to find every class we get into. Congratulations to you.
Your heavyweight Dorpers are coming in the ring now. 27 entries in class that range in weight from 123 to 140 pounds. Your results from the previous class, placing fourth, Monroe McGuffin, representing Stockdale FFA. And third, Paisley Lord from Brown County 4-H. And second, Victoria Canales, representing Belton FFA. Your class winner was Lauren Thompson from Bell County 4-H. Congratulations. TLBA results from that same class. In fourth, Monroe McGuffin. Breeder is Game Bred Livestock in Mullen. Second, Victoria Canales. Breeder is Kelly Hair Sheep in Zephyr. Your class winner, Lauren Thompson. Breeder is Kelly Hair Sheep in Zephyr. Congratulations. Good job to all these kids. Appreciate their work. Y'all give them a hand as they exit. Let's give these kids a hand that made it so far in a very challenging class.
Well, again, another one that he's a favorite. You know, I just like this one a great deal. His extra length of body. And once again, as we compare him to the other three that we stick in behind him, this is the one that's really elevated up front. His length of neck, his sternum, underline. Tremendous handling sheep, too. He's got length and cutability, length of hip. Again, he's one of those that his hip is so long, and for maybe some of you purists, his pasterns could be strengthened up, his hock design just a little bit differently, but boy, I tell you what, to make him that long and still get out and collect his body, his spine upright when he moves is pretty tough to do. So very, very nice sheep and a big, stout, well-handling package in this class. I think for second, it again comes down to just kind of a personal preference, and we're going to sacrifice a little bit more muscle here again. Again, of the four that we've kept, this is probably the lightest muscle that ends up in second. But again, I just like the way he's assembled from the side. His correctness of skeleton, his shoulder blades laid back, his spine is right, his tail set is good, his underline is nice, he's smooth, he looks good on the move out here. And whether we stop him and get him propped up or we get him on the travel, I think he looks the part. Now, again, I think to be competitive, obviously we need to take his front third another notch longer, and we need to probably just shape him up a little bit better when you get your hands on him. But again, from the standpoint of design and image, in my mind, I like the way he's assembled. More length of body in the next one, and probably more real true muscle shape as we get up on him. Again, he's probably just a nickel deep in his chest. I'd like to redesign him some, and especially in his hind leg as he stands and goes out here, but probably not quite, again, the correctness of skeleton, especially up high, and his tail set and his pin set like we have and what we end up here in second. And then this young man here that ends up in fourth, and again, bless his heart, he is working hard. And that old sheep, he can look pretty good, and then he can look like a swamp donkey out here when he lets his old top down and kind of falls apart. He looks so much better on the move. He collects himself. Again, one of the things that I think is very intriguing about him is he is really, again, very fresh to the touch. He's lean and very, very muscular in the way that he's built. He's just hard to keep together, you know. And again, if we could just turn him loose and let him run around, he looks a heck of a lot better than he does when we try to get him stopped and propped up. But good job, partner. You worked hard. Congratulations. Another very nice class winner here in our final class of the day.
Your results from the prior class: placing fourth, Carson Kirksey, representing Bell County 4-H. And third, Briley Rader from Gillespie County 4-H. Second, Hadley Johnson from Medina County 4-H. And your class winner was Brandon White, representing Johnson County 4-H. Congratulations. Your TLBA results from that same class: placing fourth, Carson Kirksey. Breeder is Kelly Hairsheep and Zephyr. Third, Briley Rader. Breeder is 5-5 River Bend Farm and Ranch in Comfort. And second, Hadley Johnson. Breeder is Kelly Hairsheep and Zephyr. And your class winner, Brandon White. Breeder is Kelly Hairsheep and Zephyr. Congratulations. I'll introduce your class winners to you. Winning Class 1 Lightweight Dorpers is Lane Roper. He represents Gorman Junior FFA. Parents are Jennifer and David Roper. He enjoys showing, fishing, and hunting. Wants to go to Texas A&M. Your Class 2 winner is Lauren Thompson. She represents Bell County 4-H. Her parents are Brittany and Jimmy Thompson. She enjoys showing livestock. Her college plans include Paul Mitchell and aesthetics. Let's give her a big hand. Brandon White won your heavyweight Dorpers. He represents Johnson County 4-H. His parents are Tricia and Mike Johnson. He enjoys showing, 4-H, and baseball. wants to attend Texas A&M, and hopes to attend Harvard Law eventually. Your second place lightweight was Brazos Blue, shown by his sister Hadley. He represents Hill Country 4-H. His parents are Raymond and Courtney Holt. Really enjoys showing livestock. Plans to attend Texas A&M. Class 2 second place was shown by Victoria Canales. She represents Belton FFA. Her parents are Michael and Joanne Canales. She enjoys showing, cooking, and wants to go to Texas A&M University. Hadley Johnson was second in Class 3. Represents Medina County 4-H. Parents are Tanya and Justin Johnson. Enjoys showing livestock and wants to go wherever will accept him, but lots of places will. Y'all give them all a big round of applause. Good job, guys. Y'all don't mind, put your hands together and thank Dr. Shockey for a long, hard day's work. We appreciate it.
What a great way to cap off the day. It's just been a beautiful day, a great show, lots of really, really good kids and lots of really good sheep coming through the ring. And to be able to come here in our final breed of Dorpers and be able to put 3 class winners together that, again, I think they resemble one another just from a sheer quality standpoint. They're excellent in their skeletal build. Spines are right, tails are set up the way I like them, necks come out of their shoulder right. Again, they're assembled the way that I like them. Yes, there's some variation in muscle and the way the muscle is constructed in their skeleton, but I think they're all very acceptable from that standpoint, and they're all, I think, very acceptable in terms of cutability. So congratulations to the 6 of you, and especially the 3 that compete out here for the final straw. Watt, Jackson, you're tireless enthusiasm. In fact, Watt, I didn't think anybody could ever keep up with you. If you ever decide to retire, and we hope that you don't from this, he's got you, right? He's got your back covered. He can keep up with you stride for stride. So Jackson is now the Watt Jr. of the show out here, okay? So you guys, again, I appreciate your enthusiasm. You bet. My first 3 years ago or so when I judged Houston, that's where Watt and I met, and I thought, who in the world is this guy? And everybody says, you will love him. And it wasn't but Class 2. And you're like, nobody has approached a junior program with the enthusiasm that you do. And I do appreciate that. And again, you keep things lined up and you keep our ducks in a row. So our esteemed committee over there, good job, good job. You know, we got to talking a minute ago about the fine wool crosses and how I kind of hold my breath or time or two to hope to see him back here. But you guys have a tough job, and all friends of mine, I really appreciate what you have to go through today. So again, let's give these young people a nice hand. I think there's 2 that are just simply my kind out here. One just got way more punch than the other. We're going to go out and select you a pair of champions. One more hand, please, for this great set of Dorper exhibitors. Young man, you're going to have our champion out here in our heavyweight. Congratulations.
Your champion Dorper is exhibited by Brandon White, and your reserve champion Dorper is exhibited by Lauren Thompson. Congratulations. We will resume at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Again, 8 a.m. start tomorrow.